You are live. There's enormous temptation just because it's sitting here to put my camera cap like back on the camera, even though that would obviously not be. I should do this like, oh, my camera, my DSLR, the lens is so exposed. I need to put the cap back on. That would have been quite funny to do and not notice for like half an hour. Wishlist PokeyPoke on Steam, everybody. Available now. I mean, not available now, available at some point much later than now, but available now to wishlist for when it is available. How's the footage look? Looks good to me. Much later than this, but available now to wishlist for when it is available. Looks alright. Maximum quality 360, that's pretty grim. Maybe I do need to up the bitrate. Try a higher bitrate. Let's try it real. See how that is. Let's try it real quick. Yeah, seems good. I don't know, I'd rather stay consistent than try upping the detail anymore. You don't need details. I can make the font big, it's fine. Receiving enough video. Oh my god, the frame drop. Yeah, it can only send like 2K. It's like my max upload it seems. What? This any better? Smooth yet? Looks a little better. Quality not amazing, but that's fine. Unless that's just by my preview, I don't know what it looks like on YouTube. Boom, boom. How's everyone doing? Anyone who is actually able to see anything? Oh, actually that looks super good. Never mind. The quality is... yeah, I don't know why I recommend such a high bitrate. This looks absolutely fine. This looks fine. Think I'll ever do anything on networking? If I ever really learn anything about networking, Like, I have very limited experience doing that stuff. I've dabbled and made like little things where like, you know, like the most bare bones thing where I've got like two clients open and they can send like a message to one another. I've never really done anything beyond that. Hey Timothy Hamilton, hello everybody. Hello Wijin Jang, hello Funzo, hello dog shit, fair enough. Hello the faced claw, hello Dennis and Dennis. Rocking that Game Maker Studio 1.x icon. So I look different every time I see it. Yeah, you're not mad. I do basically look different every time. So Caliber, Asada Vidath Chandra Sekara, Decaring Apple, Pixaquatic, Dotu, Jacob Campbell, hello everybody. Hey Bradley Thomas, Funzo, I set the foundation for your current coding life. Gosh, I my condolences. Juan Marcos Augusto Brito Jimenez, hello. Hey Ash Ketchum, just finished your platform tutorial, now going to be to making my first game. Nice one. If you mean making your first game as in making your first game, sure. If you mean make your first game, the series I did, I wouldn't go from the platformer to that, as that's actually simpler than the platform. But I don't know, you do whatever you want. Hey meme guy, hey Silas, hey Jose. How are we all doing? So, not been much ARPG video the last couple of weeks because I've been doing this whole thing. Been working on this game. And it still does this now and again whenever I start it up. There we go. This game. We're like, ooh, it's in development. Ooh, isn't that cool? Because, but God, dun, you're gonna be able to play it soon, or at least a version of it. Let's turn that down. Yeah, there's a demo coming to Steam hopefully soon. Assuming it makes it into the site. I think from what I read it should just basically be confirmed as in the festival. That's happening soonish with a bunch of unreleased Steam games. Mine is one of them. So I've been working on a build that is basically done, only we're going to add more content. Hey King Jabo. Well done on the correction. This looks amazing, thanks meme guy. So I'll do a little quick playthrough of what's kind of here at the moment. Show people what I've kind of been doing. So if you've seen much of the game before, this whole area might look kind of familiar. This hasn't really seen a lot of change. I'm pretty happy with the way this is at the moment. But yeah, you're this girl, you've crash landed on an island and you find a spear and then you can use it to find shiny things. Looks totally different than it did at Gem. Yeah man, that's, yeah. It's come quite a long way since then. The difficulty is a little all over the place, but it leans towards easy in these hub areas and a bit more difficult outside of that, within the trials, which we'll come to in a minute. So I'll come back this way because there's a few cool little trials I can demonstrate this way. Oh, actually there's one. There's one this way, that's probably a good shout. So before, I talked about this on some of my Twitch streams I've been doing lately, which by the way we don't, probably won't be doing, well, we'll, let me catch my train of thought. Twitch streams, so you know we were doing Twitch streams for the purpose, let me turn this down. We were doing Twitch streams for the purpose of getting our revenue on Twitch up to the point where we could essentially cash out and no longer have to be a Twitch affiliate, which we've now hit. I'm getting a payout for about £100 from Twitch now, which is all the various bits and subs and things people gave to me on there, which is very, very cool. Thank you to all those people who helped me get to that. And then we're gonna talk to Twitch and drop my affiliate status so that I stream. So I'm allowed to basically stream wherever I want then in the future. I can stream wherever I want now, but I can't stream to, if I stream to Twitch, I can't stream to other places simultaneously as an affiliate. Whereas now, once I drop that affiliate ship, I'll be able to stream to here, to YouTube, as I'm doing now, and Twitch simultaneously, and I don't know, Mixer, and you know, all the things, stream to all the places at once. And there's a cool service called Restream.io, which is good for streaming to multiple places without losing any like bandwidth or anything like that. So we can look forward to that. Anyway, that's an irrelevance to the. Let me get my chat back up. That's an irrelevance to the change that's gone on in here. So any of you who've been watching those Twitch streams will know I was talking about implementing these trials, and I think I did a bit of the work on stream to put these in, where I made these little statues, and you can activate these statues by stabbing this guy, and you get transported to a little trial which contains like a difficult to reach gem. And this is where most of the challenging or really difficult stuff in the game is going to be within these trials. The main world is going to kind of be a bit of like a sort of like a Mario 64 hub world, but maybe like a little more, like with a bit more sort of game in it than that. I can't think of it's hard to find an exact comparison. But it's a sort of philosophy. Spyro is a good one. It's a little bit like that. But the trials themselves aren't like big sprawling levels like in Mario 64 or in Spyro. They're generally more self-contained things. Celeste vibes? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely drawn inspiration from that game, but less than you might think to look at it. The game was not on my radar at all when I first started making PokeyPoke, and you wouldn't believe that to look at the Jam game, especially because the character looks almost like exactly like Madeline in the Jam game. Still does a bit now with the red hair and everything, but even like now the like blue jacket and stuff like looked like just the same. Colors were a little bit different, but like it was still, you know, red hair, blue vest, and everything like that. And it was a total coincidence, absolute total coincidence. It, like, I'd never played Celeste at that point. I mean, maybe Xbox has, he did the character. I don't think he eventually did that. But I had no idea. But since then, I've just willfully kind of lent into some of the vibes it has with Celeste and been like, yeah, that has a lot of cool ideas. What can we learn from that game? And it does a lot of cool stuff. And so yeah, when you get one of these, you can come back and you can do them again. And some of these trials have extra gems kind of hidden inside them. That's like the most, well, I mean, the thing you have to do and it's quite tricky, but layout-wise, it's one of the most simple trials that's there. If we go back to the beach, there's some more stuff. So this is something I might turn into a trial. At the moment I've kind of still got it just sort of in the main game world. But this is definitely more trial vibe than world vibe. Most of the diamonds in the world now, or gems in the world rather, as I'm now referring to them, tend to be more of just about like hidden things or guides or about doing interesting things in the world. Yeah, mostly tend to be like hidden, right? In fact, they even come up and say you find one of the island's hidden gems, you know? Kind of reminiscent of Mario 64, where you find like stars in the castle, and it's like you found one of the castle's hidden stars, you know? Is this a trial yet? Yes, it is, actually. It's this trial. And so you can back out of these trials as well, like that. Eventually I wanted to, like, you know, have, you know, be able to do them with, like, you know, you have your best time, or record a ghost of you playing through the trial and stuff like that. I'll be way better than the average player because I've been playing. Yeah, it's a really difficult thing, that. It's a very difficult thing to wrestle with when you're making a game like this. And so I say, the difficulty at the moment is kind of all over the place and very hard to know because a lot of this is new level design and it's untested. But it's made a little bit easier by knowing that I kind of want it to be quite hard. And also by knowing that everything is pretty optional. And so we keep the main game world actually fairly easy to traverse, with some exceptions. Oh, for some reason I think I'm still in the trial. So yeah, that was, we got one trial gem up that way, but some of them have extra slightly hidden ones, so close your eyes if you don't want any spoilers right now. Maybe I said that too late, I don't know. Whoa, what's this? So you discovered a hidden trial gem. Find a way to make a keyboard quiet. You know, I've been working on that for years, my friend. It's a very tough problem to solve with a mechanical keyboard. I put O-rings in it, which have helped quite a lot. But it is how it is, man. I've got a sensitive microphone and a big old keyboard. I think what I will try and do is get that new RTX like noise cancelling thing, because that seems like it's very, very good. And that might be a game changer. How much do I think I'm going to sell the game for? No promises, Ash Ketchum. I don't really know yet. It's hard to really put a value on it. At the moment I was thinking something about like £10. I don't know, I can't really recall what that would turn into in dollars. Maybe 12, 15, something like that, I'm not sure. Based on where I kind of think the scope of the game is going, and what I think if I were to release it today would be like a price for it, but it's kind of hard to really say for sure. Let me up there, Yeah. So I'm gonna be giving away like all the secrets on this place. we got secrets aplenty though. Attached to click theme, what should I do? I don't know what that means. What am I drinking? Just regular old, no Coke Zero. I do like this trial. This is like one of my, I worked on this particular thing for a while. Just realizing I actually made a change to this where yeah, interesting. I was looking at some old GIFs the other day of what this trial used to look like, and there were like these gem rocks along here, like in like back and forth pattern. Can't remember why. I think maybe this made it a bit easier or just a bit more consistent to do it like this. I think looking at it, this is probably the better way of doing it. I'm gonna trust what I came up with before. It's good though. It's a good, satisfying ending to that one. There's another hidden one in there, but I don't want to spoil everything. I'm not even collecting all these, like, as a player probably would, you know, like just because I know they're all there. I've collected them all 100 times. I know, man, that's exciting to me as well. 666-999 crosscut. Something I look forward to with great anticipation. Really hope speedrunners get into this. It'd be super cool to watch. And the stuff, and I'm trying to build in for them as well, you know. Oh, I need to fix some of this background stuff up here. It's a leftover from copying the basic setup for this trial from that other one. Oh man. Yeah man, we got everybody's favorite water levels. Yeah, you don't actually have to get that wall bounce, which is kind of like, I feel like maybe I should do more to make it so you have to use the wall bounce there, but I think it's okay for now. It's a minor tweak for another time. I like that one you have to dive deep for it as well. I think I might make it even deeper, so like you have to go deeper underwater to get to it. You can, I feel like you can kind of maybe get that one by mistake now without really sort of intentionally doing the big dive for it. That's the hope, Ash Ketchum. It's tricky for very casual players at the moment. I'm like trying to make sure I don't lose them along the way. You know, like we've got this nice hub world that's kind of a bit more forgiving to explore, which I think I've freed myself a lot by putting the more difficult stuff into trials. But at the same time, you gotta think that like if the trials are the main gameplay, like that's still gonna throw off people who can't do them, right? So I'm trying to also put a decent amount of emphasis into these cool hidden in-game gems and maybe make the trials feel very optional, if possible. And like stuff like this is like more casual friendly than you might think as well. Like this is a really difficult gem, but I think there's certain kinds of difficult that are actually very quote-unquote casual, quote-unquote friendly. Quote casual, unquote friendly. That's what I was going for that. And that's, I don't know, stuff where you can see what you have to do immediately and it's just kind of hard to do, or stuff where it's like or just revolves around one kind of like aha moment and then working out how to do it. I think the least casual friendly, like difficult things to do in these kind of games are things that look overwhelming or feel overwhelming. Stuff like that Learn to Fly one is pretty overwhelming. There's a lot of things going on there and you've got to kind of do a lot of things at once. This is a little bit off-putting for a casual player as well. Whereas something like that, like hooking along to get that one diamond down there is like, ooh, it's a really long, cool passageway, wonder what's down here, or it's really quite hard to get down here, but like, because it's just this one thing at a time, I think that works for more people than like some of this kind of stuff does. Will there be Steam achievements and trading cards? Probably achievements. I don't know, trading. It depends. It depends on how much time I get. Ideally, yes, all the things. It'll have all the things. Yes, Mamacato, I've had some of the people who crazily enough got into speedrunning the Jam game to play the game a bit, and also, I mean, I have a team. I've got the artist and sound guy, Rollerfuss, as well, who and Rollerfuss is quite a good player. These sorts of things. He's good to have on hand for certain, you know, like he's made a game that's sort of similar in a way called Waveland. He's been helpful to have around, and also I've shown it to a bunch of just, you know, people at Norwich Gaming Festival, and that was very, very helpful as well to get insight from a very wide range of skill ranges. You know what I mean. Ah, man. Just that jump is tricky. No! Stupid bastard. It's become kind of a trademark for me to end difficult segments with one of those like bounce left and righty bits. Like that. It's just really fun. It's just a really fun movement. Hard, but it's a fun movement. Chill Hop Radio's got a wide variance in volume today. Like, I love it, but get your volume consistent, man. I think I like the satisfaction of it going like it's you know, like it's just kind of like lets it sink in how far you came. But I do agree, like you kind of have to at the moment walk a little bit behind it and stop. So I might speed it up a little bit just so that it at least moves as fast or slightly faster than you can run. I think that's a good idea. But I still like the effect of it, like. You'd be surprised, Locklane Briggs. Doesn't actually work exactly like that. Like, yeah, I spent a lot of time with the game, and yeah, I'm like obviously a lot better at it than the average casual player would be. And yet there are players who I've shown this to who have picked it up right away and are way better than me at a lot of stuff. And people who've discovered all kind of broken stuff like I've not been able to do, and so on. Players surprise you in both directions when it comes to that kind of thing. Like, I'll see if I can even do it. It's really hard, but you can do this kind of thing. It's insanely hard to do. But there are people out there who can do that with a lot more consistency than I can. Rollerfuss guessed it was like a 3-frame window. I don't know. Like, no, that sounds about right for what it is. I think it might be even tighter though. And the thing is as well, I actually kind of have a skewed view on the difficulty of it at the moment, in that I think I'm assuming everything is too hard because everyone has been playing the game on pad when I've taken it to shows. By design as well. I wanted everyone to play it on pad because I've been working quite hard to try and bring parity of movement to it. And it's difficult. Like, the pad controls are a lot trickier. They're getting there now. Like, they definitely feel a lot closer. You can basically do. I haven't really found anything you can't do or like it's just way too hard to do, like on pad as compared to keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and mouse is just, but it is like still quite night and day in terms of how much easier it is to get the hang of. Morning, thank you someone for something. What was that? Is this even? Not sure this is even hooked up to YouTube at the moment. I think that's still my Twitch alerts going off. Someone follow me on Twitch, thank you. So yeah, funnily enough, the one thing I think that is easier to do on controller is that thing I was just talking about, because you can kind of like aim down constantly, whereas when you do it on mouse you've got to kind of keep moving the mouse along, whereas you can do this. Yeah, yeah, as you can see, I've kind of hidden that in the demo as well, like an extra little, doesn't even count towards your total gems. Like, there's 19 in total in the demo at the moment. We're gonna add some more today, but yes, it's so hard. Oh, I added this in for anyone who just, I don't know, is crazy, but I don't expect anyone to do that. Get back? That's a good point. I should not leave. I should put a safety thing in there. I mean, anyone who gets here is probably asking for it, to be fair, but still. Come on. Looks like I was asking for it. Can't get back. Now it becomes a, like, on controller it actually becomes a rhythm thing of pressing one button if you get the setup right. But on mouse, a keyboard and mouse is actually pretty nightmarish, which is interesting. That's the only time something's been easier on pad for this game. Yeah, Sean still cannot do it. It is that tight. Come on, I want to get back. No, I give up. Oh, is that 18 out of 19? What did I miss? I don't know what I missed. It would be nice to get keyboard controls in for the menu and stuff and that, but I'm gonna leave that for now. Yeah, coming soon, Leo Ivanov. Basically, like what I've just shown there, like this area and the beach. It's coming to a Steam demo, sort of soonish, early June. Boy, I want to get a whole bunch of content done today if I can. Not today, Twilight the Pony, but that will happen. I'm just a bit busy with the game at the moment, but we are now free to start doing multi-streams. I need to reset up my restream IO and everything like that for it. PC the Blue Chicken, at least at first, before doing anything else. Funny you should say that, Chinmay. Time actually does slow down whenever you hold the throw button. But it's certainly possible I could add an assist mode so there's like a button on the pad you can press to slow time or something. But yeah, the main world is kind of more for, not really entirely, but it's kind of more about the casual and exploration player, and the secret finders and people who are into that end of the game, and the trials are more the difficult platformy stuff. Probably not a blue chicken. I could not care less about Mac. Sorry, just how it be. I don't have a Mac to release and test it on, and so unless someone's gonna like do all that work for me for free, like I don't care. Very little financial incentive, and I kind of hate Apple, so rip. Well, the blue squares the area the camera sees, kinda. They're trigger zones. When I enter them, set the camera into certain states that usually are evolved following the player around that particular zone. What's the size of this room? Big. I don't know. 8,000 by 10,800. Fields is 12,800 by 12,800, although mostly unused. I wonder if Ravine will even need to be its own room in the end, actually. I don't know, it looks like I might be able to fit all the ideas I want for that into Fields. Actually, no, it probably does make sense to make another room for that. We'll see when we get there. So the way the world works is like we've got the beach that connects left to right to the fields, and the fields is going to connect to a tower in the top left. That's going to be a map. We're going to have a ravine down here. That's going to be a bigger thing, and then this area in between, it's not actually going to be that path. That's just connections to and two routes into what will be another room, which will be deep caverns, kind of like underground caves. And then we're going to do like a big mountain that goes up here, and like a mountain core, and then that's kind of like the game, right? And then maybe like a little other beach on the far right, that's like where maybe you find a boat to escape the island or something like that. But I still haven't thought about it. Chances are we might end up trimming down. We might end up with less areas than that. Maybe just the tower and the caverns, the ravine, and I don't know, maybe just something over here that is less than an entire mountain, especially with the way we're redesigning things a bit. But that's the original vision. Maybe mountain is DLC. Performance issues? Nah, not really. I'm doing activation, deactivation, which comes with a lot more headaches than I ever thought it would, actually. But honestly, like, I've tried with debug just turning it entirely off, and you don't really feel much of a hit. Like, this is all tiles. Like, it's not anything expensive for the most part. Probably the most expensive thing in like this map is just like there's so many spikes and stuff everywhere, and that's the sort of thing that gets activated and deactivated. All the tiles are just like over the whole map the whole time, you know, because they're not a big deal. Like if I just turn entities on and off, like that's the kind of thing that's getting load and preload, and if you see there's not actually all that much. There you go, the blue chicken. Joel's just told you how to do it. Keep going, man. You'll get there. I mean, it's the sort of thing that might be good tutorial fodder at some point or other. I don't know. But mostly, my Patreon supporters decide a lot of what gets done. It's a combination of what I think is what I can do, and I present that to my patrons, and what I can do and what I think would be a good idea, and I present that to my patrons, and they pick between the things. But sometimes I do, I harvest those ideas from what people have said about tutorials and so on, and I put them in a big thing, and then hand pick a few that I think, yes, this could work, present them to my patrons, and then they make like the final choice. That's kind of the electoral college of what tutorials get made. Yes, it's tile-based collisions with slopes, which have been a little tricky recently to do with the spear doing odd things when it like goes through a tile without hitting it. When if I stand here and throw the spear, and it like wants to collide with this, it then like does a at one point there was a crash where it would like do a while loop into infinity. But I've since, I think, fixed that. Yeah, spending a lot of time talking, not a lot of time doing. I want to get some... I'm trying, what the goal is right now is to try and fill out some of these trials. All these ones work, I think. I think every trial I've put in the beach is actually a trial now. So that's good. But most of the ones in the fields just give like a "this trial awaits you in the full game" message. And there's a lot of them about the place. So we want to make some trials for the fields. And what we can do is we can use the old fields, which is this one. This is what the fields used to look like. Level design, wow, instantly. Night and day, a lot worse just looking at it. But we're gonna take some of these ideas, because some of the ideas individually are quite good and would make good trials, and that's what I want to take across. So this is cool. It's like 6 across and like a bunch of things. So let's copy these entities. That's the bulk of it, right? Get the diamond in there as well. Copy. Not our field. Right. We want to make like a default fields trial. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate our fields. Our fields trial default. And we're going to make a group in here. Fields trials. Pop that under there. Pop this in it. Make sure this is open. Close all but this. I'll come back to copy and paste those things again. We won't worry about losing them right now. And we're gonna melt pretty much everything, but just leaving the background intact. Did I need to do anything to the parallax for this? Yes, okay, made an R fields one. That's okay. You know what, it doesn't matter, I'll let Ink look at that. It's more his field than mine. Right, let's... Oh, I want these layers in place, but I just don't want anything on them. I wish there was a quick way to like, just be like, erase everything on the tile layer. Unless there is. Oh, there's an eraser then, that's cool. You can fill... Oh, I suppose... no. I want to make sure I'm not missing some useful option in here. The reason I'm doing this rather than making a new room is because it's just got all the layers set up in the right way, and it's got... Is this the right way to do it? I'm gonna say yes. Is this the right sky? That looks like the right sky color. I'm not sure, but it looks like it. Oh, it's still on the eraser. Go to triggers. Delete all of those. You know what? No, I don't like doing it this way. What I'm going to do is delete that. Save. Let's just duplicate. It's just going to take too long for water again. So let's just duplicate beach trial default. Dirt rock fade rock after, yeah. Dirt rock, stone brick, and get grass in here as well. What's dirt rock, stone brick? Turn this light down as well, it's a bit bright. How much do I need it? It's a bit better. It's probably blinding me from that side. Can I just turn it off? A bit dark with it off. I'll probably turn the blue down on this side of it. I just have it like that and I'm like blue on one side, thingy on the other. Hang on. Which one is it? Oh my god. There we go. Lights are hard. Anyway. The blue triggers control the camera, mostly Spazzlepop. Select button is awful. Like, that's the one thing that is really laggy with these big maps. So if I use the select tool on really big tile maps, okay, this now it's being fine. But oh wow, yeah, it's actually being really good today. The last few times I've been doing this, it's been like ultra laggy. I don't think you can do like a select all, okay? I suppose you can do this. Yeah. Well, the reason I didn't do it is because generally it's been very laggy recently, but fruitful by my now being on stream, it's totally fine. We'll get a trial return thing in here. Meh. Place the player and the lance up there as well. There's no need to actually have them there. We just need the position in somewhere, don't we? Which is what it's one of the blue ones. Position single. Is player lance, so player position single. Yeah, you need one of these wherever you want the player to be. Maybe easier to put it on the entities layer, and then at least I can easily grab it. And a gem. That can be wherever, really. Although I do need to add that to the stupid trial end, to the stupid list of things. Before anyone looks at this and goes, ew, yes, it is gonna get rewritten. Super array! It's awful. It's gonna get changed, don't worry. Oh, trial end. For now, let's just have that be. For reasons. Teacher recommended my vids to you. Cool, that's nice of him. He should watch the videos himself, and then he could teach you himself. Don't worry about it, Joe. You haven't really missed much. Hey, Michael Capone. From New York. Why is the last window so weird? Do you mean why has it got all these highlighted things in it? It's not. They're not selected. They're inherited from the parent room, our area parent. And stuff I set up in here that like propagates across to every new room I make, or every one of these rooms. You can see everything just spirals out from that. Okay, so now we've got this. Let's duplicate this and make a trial for the fields. I want to make this trial. It's possible I want one up here actually that does this. Rather than actually putting in one of these trials, we're adding a new one. Yeah, I kind of want this here. Got these all over the place. Probably not going to actually be able to fill all these with the fields mechanics. But we'll see. We'll see. Trial room. Fields trial. Call it Siege because that's the original name of the diamond that this was going to be from. Put a player position here. I think that's the naming convention I use for these. Let's just check. Try and keep this somewhat, some semblance of, some pretense of order about this. Spawn try, yes. And set its position, its trial return to be spawn trial siege. Okay. Siege. Now we've got this room. that I'm gonna make a bit bigger. In fact, I'm gonna make the default room a bit bigger for these because I discovered there's a lot of annoying stuff with working with screens at the edge of a room because I just don't do that anywhere else. Especially if you collect a gem in one of them, and I'm just kind of having to live with that in one of my trials. I didn't notice in this one actually, even though that happens in a couple of places. But I did notice it in this one when you collect this gem and that gem. I originally had that gem sitting like there, but like too close to the edge, the cutscene kind of messes up. It still messes up a little bit here, but it's less noticeable. So if I can, I want to avoid reaching the edges because there's issues. So let's make the default size of one of these not 1920 by 1080, but what's right? A screen is 640. So let's say we want about like 5 screens, like 3200 by 360 times 5, by 1800. So 3600 by 1800. Thank you, whoever that was. I had a bling. Thank you for the thing. Not right now, Lee. I certainly cannot. I'm doing my own thing. Spazzle Pop. I tend to do Fridays. That's as close to a schedule as I have. The streams. No, thank you, Spazzle Pop, for the didding. Don't know which kind of didding it was, a sub, I don't know if it was Twitch sub, YouTube sub, Patreon sub, whatever it was. Thank you very much. What's my opinion on surfaces? I think you can do amazing things with them, but e.g. in my menu, scrolling, the texture swaps add, and it gets super laggy. Any advice maybe? You probably got a better way of... it's probably not this... I don't know. It's hard for me to tell exactly what you've done. You haven't really missed anything, Lyra, Shuja. Yeah, that's a good idea as well. The chat is sometimes good at helping with things. They are many more people than me. Playing any good games recently or recommending anything, Sean? Factorio. I've been playing again lately with some friends and remembering how awesome that game is. About to play a new thing today. Deep Rock Galactic, some like the game where you like dwarf FPS destructible terrain thing with some friends. Looking forward to that. Sounds quite fun. I've calculated this wrong. What did I do wrong here? Oh, it's 3200, not 3600. Might be. Oh, again though. Where's 360 times 5? It's not that though, is it? What is... Oh, there's like an extra bit. There's like a buffer in between each screen, right? Or something. I don't remember. Something about the height doesn't quite go to every 480, and I can't remember what, every 360, and I can't remember what the deal is with it. You know what, let's not adjust for that. Let's just still work on the assumption that it's about 5 screens here. And we can go from, grab our entities here, stick them down here. Well, that's a lot easier when it's just one layer. And then this is our new default. And we're going to delete our Fields Trial Siege. I'm going to duplicate this and rename it. Then we're going to place down some grass. so. This is going to be one about climbing a thing on the left, kind of similar to what's there in the real world. The real world, you know what I mean. Then we need something off to the right that either blocks you or kills you or something. Right, that's fine. I mean, I could lock you in like that, but I don't know, I don't find those super interesting. Better to keep it sort of dynamic. You could put like a... And then bring in the opportunity that people find sneaky ways around them, and then I can like hide things beyond the level bounds and stuff like that. It's always kind of fun. Let's do something like this. Let's grab... Why is that working so much better today? What's the deal there? Why it was so laggy the last few days trying to do anything with that. Why does that... I hate that. It's like... And then if I do it, yeah, and then it eventually just works again. Like, okay, didn't then. But maybe it'll work if I just can't bother to place all this like roof again manually. Editing mode. There we go. That's what we wanted. And then... God, so much... That helps everything, being able to actually use that tool. Christ. Yeah, like lower to the ground like that. And then maybe even... like this. Also, rocks generally should be above those. We get the that's another thing. Field sky color. Which I'm guessing this is correct for. So that's the beach sky color. Or some remnant of it. Roof might look a little weird, but it's not bad. Not too bad. Trying to think how the camera is going to work with all this. I actually kind of want that to close, don't I? Like that. That's okay, we can do that. So caught up on making this look good, forgot what the actual purpose of it was. It exactly is lo-fi hip-hop beats, my friend. It's, I think it's linked in the description, but it's there. Chill Hop Radio. It's one of my favourite ones. So it's my go-to for this kind of thing. I know there's a lot of those channels about, but I like this one. We don't have the stupid BG cave. Is that what it's called usually? Yes. Although to be fair, we want. Eventually we'll replace that anyway. That's okay. Bling. My mini feed is not updating, so I can't even see what these blings even are. Oops, that's not the scene we want. That's my webcam with chroma key badly done. Back to here. We've got all kinds of these. You know, we've got the default one, but we don't have the overlay today. We've got this. I'm using my DSLR today, so it's like, whoa, quality! Although weird, like, de-interlacing effect when I move fast for some reason. I don't really know how to deal with. But the quality is good. Oh, wrong one. Correct one. There we go. Funnily enough, the one I watched doesn't have an anime girl studying. The one I prefer is Chill Hop, which has the raccoon. There's one where the raccoon is studying in its room that I liked for a long time. Now the one I watch at the moment is just a raccoon walking down the street with some headphones on. Am I using OBS? I'm using Streamlabs OBS for streaming. I use OBS for video recording though. Like for all my tutorials and that. In fact, that would be a cool place just to hold. Make me think that this should go in one of the building ones or something, actually, rather than where I put it on in the main world. Okay, reasonable enough. There's probably a sneaky way to get over here, but for now it's not important. And for when it is, we'll do something like this. Whoops. Which is definitely not assailable. Okay. Let's see if that works. I feel like that should position him facing left. I feel like we probably need an easier way to do that if I just want that, where I just click that and then it'll just take the image X scale to be like, make sure to face the player the other way when they spawn. Oop, sorry about that. I need to knock the microphone. Rip, everybody. It all looks good just in the middle like that. Yeah, that's probably a good shout. I'm just thinking about camera position because we got this screen over here. In reality, this should all have been way closer. It still can be, actually. What am I on about? Yeah, let's do this. This is a good idea. I like this. Okay, and then I want to grab fields. Finally, I'm going to go to fields backup where you're here. Grab this setup from the entities layer. Paste it. And how far away from... Yeah, you get like two thingies. 16, 16. Let's see if that lets us be precise enough. Probably not. No, that's okay. You can just reposition like this. I think they added something so you can change the behavior of how that works, but I can't for the life of me remember what. We can add a different way to get up there as well. So let's do that. And I believe it's like, yeah, this is dirt. Sneakily make those two layers blend together. It's kind of weird having that be the inside of the house and also inside the cave. We need to get a new art for that. Yeah, that might just be how it be, Calvin. We'll see. That depends. Not all the level design is really hard. Like, and it's all very optional. Game kind of just presents a bunch of challenges and you tackle them at whatever order and pace you want. It's more the pattern than the colour. That was the thing. The story is one kind of forming in my head. At the moment, you're a pilot that crash landed on this weird island, and you find a spear, and it seems the island seems to have once inhabited a culture of people who climbed things with spears and had a culture of rite of passage and trials and challenging oneself. And you can learn more about them by passing the challenges they have left around the island. No, I need to fill this space with something interesting. I feel like this by itself doesn't make an interesting trial. I think we need a warm up to it. You can have a save point in between. Like I've not done that on quite a few trials. You have quite a long bit you just kind of have to do it all at once. Might give you a bit more breathing room before this one kicks off into Nightmare Town with this. This needs to be stone though, I think, doesn't it? Yeah. What's in keeping with the theme of this? It's just like gem blocks, isn't it, really? Kind of want a gem block that will kill you as well. That's a new thing for later. Yeah, Channel Fields has been wholly redesigned. Had to be the whole time, but especially now with the general ethos behind the level design has changed. Thanks, Rapia. I'm very much sick of the long hair, I'm not gonna lie. It's outstayed its welcome at this point. It's alright right now, I've got headphones on or whatever, but it just gets in my face way too much, especially when I'm trying to sleep. We know how gem blocks work as well, because on the way into the fields we get shown. We don't necessarily know how super jumps work, but that's okay. What would be interesting actually? Force a super jump by blocking it off with gem rock, so you have to like break the gem rock then throw a spear underneath it. Can we set something like that up? That'd be really cool. Can I act? I don't know. Like the alerts go off even though I've turned like the YouTube alert box off. Let's turn that on, see if it does anything. A few seconds ago, infamous Stoiku has followed. Don't know if that's just Twitch though. Tried disabling the Twitch alert box. Who knows? Streamlabs just does whatever it wants. I don't know how it works. Thank you nonetheless, whoever did the thing, whatever the thing was. Oh, the default spike orientation is the one I use the least. Let's see how high you get on that first of all. That's definitely, you can definitely get up there by doing the bounce, 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 but then you can also get on top of this roof, so whoops. Whole point of that defeated. Do something like this. Just for now until we get the idea right, we can make it look pretty later. Our fields. We're gonna make it this one, right? Can I put in like a tiny house? Not Try how tiny a house I can do. Something like that, really, wouldn't it? Can I do like... Okay, yeah, this could possibly still work. No, not quite like that though. What's the smallest house possible? Probably something like this, right? Probably needs to be one more up as well. You have to give room for the ceiling, basically. A little house in there. No, I can just copy and paste that of other place. Well, you kind of want it to be like open, don't you? Or at least on one side. We bet you'll hit the roof if you strike up for that one. That's the problem there. We'll see how it feels. Let's put guard mode on. Load up that area. Play another perspective, nice. No idea, Renan, you tell me. Yeah, I haven't been working on it that whole period of time though. I'm doing a lot of videos and stuff in the meanwhile. Yeah, you kind of have to hit the ceiling, which isn't ideal, but it's okay. Okay, we need to sort the camera out, but That's cool. That doesn't actually have to be high up like this. This could just be in the ground. Or it could just be there. You just have to do that. I don't remember how this works, because I think, yeah, you can just do that. Or did I originally want you to have to like pogo your way across? Try the right place. Nah. Camera is weird. Like falling down there and then getting the camera shunted, that's super not great. Like why? Why is that now there? Or is it because this doesn't start until you grab a thing, right? Yeah. We should do it start from hang or grounded for that one. Probably. Might make it start there as well, but it's not bad. Thing. Oh, that's kind of grim as well. That's, I don't really mind that though. That's kind of okay. If anything, I'll put something there so you could see further this way. See the rest of that as well. Triggers, let's grow you out to like grounded or hang. Don't think that messes that up in any other way. No, yeah, if I'm grounded I also want that to turn on, that's just correct. I think that makes that a lot better so we won't fall down there and have that be weird. And this one just maybe wants to get a bit smaller. Like let you jump up there first. Like that. Start from grounded, yeah, and then it's only going to go up if you either stand right there or you jump up there. Actually, can we get it to sit exactly on that edge? That'd be good. There. That's good. So then jumping on, literally landing there is the trigger for that camera zone. Some of this on. Here feels like possible secret fodder, right? Something to come back to. yeah, so this I reckon I can basically just, we can move this down. That's a dumb way to do that. Just do that. Not even that. That. This might make it a bit more obvious as well if I do a slope here. Editing mode off. Grab you. Don't know why that does that, but whatever. No, just do it manually. Just do it manually. Sorry I'm missing a lot of the chat, that's just how it be when I'm working on stuff. It's gonna be another ARPG tutorial today. No, not today. Probably next week. Just been working too hard on the game at the moment. Just for a deadline I had to meet that was yesterday, and now I am trying to clean some stuff up, kind of post-deadline. Add a bit more to what I've submitted. But starting next week we'll be back to the ARPG stuff, I expect. Should we put this here as well? Yeah, why not? I think that, yeah, that looks nice. Especially like that actually, I like the way that walls that off, that's cute. Let's get a camera zone in here. I want like basically just a follow vertical with a on triggers. I want to follow vertical. I think that's follow vert, right? Follow vert with start from anything and a maximum Y of whatever kind of this grid position is here. If we've got a cam focus, then we can tell actually. Of that, right? So that's 136. But if we just name this actually. .y, and then we can update it if we need to. Just write the number in. I think that works. Obviously needs to be higher up, but that's the camera seems good. Okay. I kind of want there to be a sneaky way to get over here, but for it to be quite difficult. There's a hidden gem fodder. One thing you can't get up to just by jumping and bouncing. You can kind of only just reach fire. It's tricky. It's fast enough to go that way actually. I want to combine the music at the moment. You'd get that saving or something, so I have to do that every time. Yeah, because I think at the moment I could still just be like, yeah. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Do it whichever way you want. Oh, you can do it in one though. Oh, actually that does go a full tile higher. We can put it this one. Yeah, you could even put it with one more if I want it to be ultra safe. Wow, that just about blocks you getting on that roof, doesn't it? Just... not really. Not if you just actually use the momentum. Pretty easy to get up there. Oh, it's not still breaking anymore, is it? No, good. Tricky because I don't want to restrict options too much because I like the idea that you can do things in a few ways. But you know, I have these cool moves that I want people to experience, and if they can just do it using just kind of without actually learning anything new at all, they miss out. Yeah, and I'll put that one more there. I wonder if it's still possible to do that. Well, yeah, it is, because you can do that and then just jump across from there, right? Not a terrible move. I mean, I can just bring that down, I guess. Something. Got some spikes, but I don't like covering every level in spikes. I think it just makes them look really off-putting sometimes. Sometimes Reptile, it depends what I'm making. But I didn't make most of the artwork for this anyway. It's just an animation Boon Boy, although it took Gamesplat a long time to get that. Like for a while we had gems that just sort of did a shiny effect on them. They didn't rotate like that. It's actually really hard to animate something spinning around that way. But he worked it out. Very proud of him. He got there in the end with it. I don't know why it flickers like that sometimes, but yeah, he got that going. Easiest thing to do is to put something there and spike, 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 but it's tricky. Because that's what I want you to do. Spike doesn't even stop me bouncing either. The thing that stops you bouncing is these death blocks. I kind of don't like using just because they're. We still haven't quite worked out how they should look, and they look a bit not pretty at the moment, I think. We've been trying a lot of different things with these. It's kind of hard to work out what they should kind of be like. This is what we settled on for now. How do you make something that looks like you can't stab it but will also kill you? It's almost like it needs to be something ethereal, but I haven't really worked that one out yet. Thought for a while it should be like skulls that shot lasers out or something, but that's tricky to visualize. Like thorn bush or something that floats in the air. Something that can float in the air. That like can kill you. That can't yeah, I'm gonna consult the brain trust on that later. Black hole. Blue overlay. Do you mean like this? It's kind of like the green overlay. It's like a grid mask to sort of show me where each individual screen is going to be, kind of thing. If I tie the camera to a grid, it's kind of obsoleted a bit at this point, or I want to obsolete it. This is more what it would kind of look like without the grid even. I guess yes, this doing something like this. I'm just realizing you can put spear here, can't you? Which again is okay if we do this kind of thing. Also, yeah, if we just want to do the minimum amount. That might be all it takes. Yeah, we tried all kinds of flashing orb with spike. We've tried that exact sort of the thing of a whole bunch we've been through. That it's actually quite tricky to get something that really works, like visualize it and bring it to life. And this is what we ended. This is where we ended up. But something we will probably revisit. It's not. They're not terrible by any means, but because they still seem like something metal. I don't know. My idea was to just kind of make them a bit like the spikes, because you know at least you're used to the idea of the spikes, where that's a material your spear passes through, and is the thing that kills you. They don't quite look exactly like the spikes, because the spikes have got all this highlighting on them. They don't, and so on. It's a bit weird, but it does the job for now. Well, this might be a cool thing to do next up here. So this is quite an easy thing to get up to. Actually doing that is quite easy. I'll grab one of these. Put it, say, let's say there. Entities 2 layer, put these under this. 16. Thank you, Bart S, for the 5 euros. Very, very cool. 5.5 euros even. Thanks for the content you provide. It really helps during the boredom during this time. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, recent times have kind of helped my work really kind of feel like it has its place in the world, you know, sometimes. Not that it didn't before, but you know, let's remind me that the work I do isn't nothing. Thank you very much. Man, you can kind of just very easily get over this then, but that's not the worst thing ever. Especially if I now bring down rock. To here like that. Hey, it feels like you have to go back and click on this every time, otherwise it messes up. Oh, my mistake, Elric. 5:49 exactly. To me, meaningfully, that is identical in pretty much every regard that matters to 5.5. You do that, bounce, boink. Well, I suppose you can probably do that, but that's, yeah. Can you? Is that too far for that kind of thing to really work? I can't remember. There's a distance at which you don't really gain height anymore from those kind of things. I can't remember if that is like it. But I think you can probably also just jump and grab this as well. Let's just try out what's there. Release date, like maybe a year from now, but that's also what I said a year ago. So, grain of salt and all that. Well, that's currently the goal. Wow, okay, that's notable. But that kills you, I'm not too keen on that. You can avoid that. Okay, you can't really, I don't think, grab that super easily. If you can, it's hard. So take it if you want it. What you should, I think, be able to do is that. I meant to try doing it the other way then, but I just did the same thing again. Okay, you do gain height just by doing that. Maybe if it's one further away, maybe you don't. But it does raise other questions like, do I want spikes along here? And do I just want to do something like this? No, because then you could go here and bounce up the whole way. It's quite tricky to restrict your movement when you give the player this many options. No, I did not make these sound effects myself, as Rolog Foss did all of these. He's super good at that. I get on the roof, but I mean, well, I'm still kind of thinking about how the roof plays into this. This one's become trickier than I thought it would be. So I'm going to do more than just this one trial a day, but it's okay. We're inventing, we're playing. It's an important part of the process. Wing, grab, wing. Got loads of horizontal space. Could even. Do I want you to come over here, or do I just want you to bounce off that and come back? Because we can just do that. And yeah, you can get on this roof, but what do we want to do about what do we do about the roof conundrum? Do we just make the building taller? Do we? I don't know. Do we just put a big dirt thing under it? I think maybe we actually do that. Why does that happen? Oh, the problem is I can't just cut it off because the stupid. It's hard with that being underneath everything. We could just bring it up for this one, actually. No reason not to. I'm gonna do that. Looks better. Every time. Literally, even after saying every time, I do it again. Thank you for the various bling bling blings. People following, potentially on Twitch, potentially on YouTube, I'm not really sure. Be easier once I stream on both and I can just be like, thanks for the follow and not care where it came from. There is not, unfortunately, Samuel Clark. That's just how it be, I'm a busy boy. I'm not using GM Live. I don't have a Discord community now. I take a vague amount of part in the community that is that already exists for Game Maker, which is the r/Game Maker subreddit Discord. That it is, Clem Nogoyan. I have no way I'm pronouncing that right, but it is certainly a full-fledged project. Whatever that means. It's tricky when you think about it. Yeah, there's a few kind of, so you can bounce that and come back, or you can bounce there, bounce that and come back. I don't think you can do any more just jump up, bounce there and come back. I think you actually have to involve this. But what you might be able to do is jump up, bounce there, grab this, jump up, bounce there and come back, which is fine as well. Do something like this, just to mix up this bit without hopefully giving you too much thingy potential. Super jump potential, which I suppose you would already have here anyway, right? So yeah, that's made it no worse, if anything. And then what we can do is just put another thing in there, just because it's nice to do that to encourage, rather than going jump up, up like that is less fun than going just generally. It's no harder. It's just more fun usually. Even though like a gap of 2 I think you can still make. It's a gap of 3 you need to really force it, I think. Which do I want to force? I suppose we can do that. Yeah, it's not really gonna, I don't think you can. Maybe you can super jump to ruin that. Maybe from there that's just how it needs to be, like that. And given there's not actually a whole much at the start here, I was going to put like a little save point halfway up. I think doing the whole thing at once there is okay. I suppose I could leave like a little hole there. Actually just makes it harder to get up there, so that's probably not a good idea. Or I could leave one there. Jump, jump, bounce, 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 bounce. Yeah, that kind of works, I think. And then if I put, how does this work again? Triggers if I grab a checkpoint. Player position light with an ent name. This ended up being a lot more complicated than I was expecting, honestly. Did I make it so that was like, no, that was not touching the floor. Good, so like sort that out, I'm guessing. Let's give that a try. Let's decorate this with a bit more cave stuff here. Stupid auto tile. Looks like that should just be the whole thing, right? Delete you. Rename you. Let's play that. Yeah, I think there'll be a few things like that, Chinmay. Hello, Russia. I should lower the roof of this maybe as well. Just so you can't get into here and start raising the camera up. I mean, is it possible actually just to get onto that roof there? So that's like a whole nother way to do it. Well actually yeah, probably. You can probably just do this, right? Well, bypassed everything. I could just remove that slope. I quite liked it aesthetically, it's annoying. I want everything. Lining that with spikes does it, but it's a bit grim. And actually, yeah, you can just sort of use that as a save point to do that. I kind of would like people to interact with this in some way. Like ideally either doing that or doing that would be the options. Fix that. I'm not sure I like this little checkpoint here anymore. Yeah, this beginning bit's not hard enough to justify it, I don't think. There's something quite nice about walking on this roof bit here, it just feels cool. But just kind of trivialize a lot of this. Just by being like, well, I mean, not that people necessarily think to do that, but I mean, I suppose you still have to do that. It's kind of cool. Maybe we could just be okay with it. Maybe we get rid of all this and it's just about finding your own way up to the top. Do it however you want. I think that's the idea I like the most. You can even lower these into here. Oh, actually, they're on a different layer, but I'll not do that. Yeah, there's a few little ways of doing that then. We can't easily restrict it and make it still cool, then just leave it open. People to do it however the hell they want. If every way of doing it is still cool. I can still reuse that somewhere else. Like, this doesn't have to be the be all and end all. Break through and then do a super jump, you know? There are much more restricted areas of the game I could do that in. Just a fun little climb. And then this little challenge to get to the end, which can actually be quite short and simple. So much so I might make it, it's tempted to making it like a few tiles longer. Nah, I don't think that makes a difference. I like the fact that you can just kind of, you know, you just have to get the height however you can, and they're just there to help you get it with a limited number of tries, and then you bounce across or you bounce onto the ceiling, you know. Could cover the ceiling with spikes, so that's a fun idea. Like that. Then you kind of have to grab either here or there. Yeah, that's alright. This now is quite freeform with a few interesting ways of doing it. Yeah, I don't see why not, Luke. It's a 6 speedrunning strat. Probably missed when you said that and what specific strat you were referring to, but I like the idea of there being a few ways to do things. It's a constant toss-up between like, oh, I really want the players to experience this, but I don't want to restrict it so much that like everything just has this one way of doing it. Sometimes you want there to be one way of doing it, but other times you know, I've got this kind of like really fluid control system with a lot of like freedom in it. Like, I want to actually really like let the players use that. I'm less keen on that, but because I mean you can still do that via that, which is still cool. But I just really like the aesthetic of the little slope. I feel like that little checkpoint actually made that end a bit harder. Like, just working out how to do your jump is just a little more awkward from here. Like, it's like, That's fun though. That's very fun. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah. Different trials are going to be different things. I don't really know how I'm spraying them out at the moment. Because the trial difficulty is kind of all over the place and I don't have like I don't have different types of them yet, really. Can you make an instance of the draw GUI event? Yeah, I mean, it's generally not the thing you're doing in the draw GUI event, but the code will work. I don't few little, like, you can just do this as well. I don't mind those, yeah. I like some of these ones that are going to be quite early on as well. Like, just leave a bit more freedom out. Straight up anyway. Rather than bothering with any super jump. No. So I think the super jump there is probably more appealing for beginners, right? To do like, how do I even? This says I can do that, but that's quite hard. But I know how to do this. Oi! And you can kind of think your way through it, ignore most of that side. But if you're just going to come in here real quick, you can just go bam, 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 and just like fly up there. You don't even need to use that block at all. You can use either one of those gem blocks, you can just ignore them. Can't really help the idea, unfortunately. I don't really know the full context, and also I'm busy. And it's going to be hard for everyone in the chat to help you without explaining a lot. I really want to go into like Discord or Reddit or something if you're really struggling. Being very thorough with the explanation of what it is you tried and how you understand it. Thanks, Joe. Yes, I think if you know how to super jump, you gotta work that out before you work out like, oh yeah, this. I could drop that down, remove the ramp. I just like the ramp. I like this. How can I keep this? Put a little roof there. Opens all sorts of worms though if I do that. Do I like it so much that putting those there is worth it? Do I block this off just because this is basically useless? I don't want people to think it's not useless. That's not even making something harder, that's just warding people off from something that would just be worse. I think maybe I want to do that. Yeah, sometimes you don't place a spike or a thing to make something harder, but to dissuade people from trying something that just won't even work. Make the ramp stone, oh, that's even worse. It gives you quite a high, like, you can get quite high off of like a metal. Like, look how high you can get off that. You have quite a lot of freedom of movement in this game. Makes it quite tricky to restrict you sometimes. But that's good, I think. To keep the nice aesthetic there. Eventually these will be replaced with something that looks nicer, I think. But I think the level design there works, that's what's important right now. So you still have a few options. You can do this. There. You can oops. You can do this, skip the block entirely. You can use the block to do this. You can, if you do a grab jump, does that send you higher? You can't quite make it to there. But you can still do that, that's a pretty clean move. Quite like that actually. That's a nice move. I just want all of the possibilities to be fun. All the things people will definitely think of right away to be fun. I'm sure there's plenty of nonsense I haven't thought of, and that's fine. It's what the casual player might actually encounter that matters. Quite like that. Oh yeah, I actually really like this now. I like this setup. We got there in the end, I think. There's quite a few. Still slightly uncertain about this bit. Whether or not we should have that little rest spot here. Because I actually think it makes the end slightly trickier. Like, going from here is quite awkward. Honestly. Like, you don't have much space there before that. If you do that too early, like too late even, you hit your head on that. You get knocked out a bit. So you kind of need to like do it from non-jumping. I guess that's okay. But even then, it's like only just works. You know, if I stand here and do it, does it still work? Yeah, okay. Tricky though that, because then yeah, you're lining yourself up to. Oops. Is that even possible? Because yeah, you'll just hit that spike every time, won't you? You actually need to jump and then time it right. That's quite hard. Whereas I feel like if you're just here, you might just be able to like, if you're just hanging, like just timing doing something like that. It's actually a bit easier, despite how it looks. Rather than like trying to time with gravity a position, because at least when you're here you can like do that, right? I might get rid of that. That's something. This is going to be our final iteration for this one out. It should, yeah, cat cube, but the thing is I put that there for it to be to be more forgiving, and it was serving the opposite of that function. and it feels nicer to do without it. So there's no point. Okay. That should be rock, not dirt. I don't really like sections like that. Generally, there's a few of them in the game. Like, they're not terrible. But generally, I want you to be doing something dynamic like that. I could have left the dirt there actually. Like that. That's more like what we want. The character art change? Not that I'm aware of. Not unless you've not seen this since like the game jam. I'm just noticing now I've got a few little bits like that, haven't I? Just pointing out why I don't like them. Like that's a jump up and a jump up. Not too bad in the game world though, I don't think. You've got a few options. I should probably mix and match my styles there a bit. Force people to start learning a bit about ways they can move while there's no threat of spikes killing them, and it's just getting from point A to point B will help them feel a bit more prepared for the more tightly designed areas like this, where you don't have as much space to maneuver. I just sort of autopilot that, I wasn't even thinking about it. Yeah, it's really fun actually, just like loads of different ways of doing that. Yeah, most of them are empty though, Cat Cube, like most of them do maybe run a base one, let's just have the strat which in the full game. I'm just starting to flesh them out. There's probably a bit too dense around here. I just wanted to make sure I had every area where a trial could be. Put one there for now. I think I'm gonna need a lot of them to really explore everything you can do with this game. How you do this bit. Super jump there. Oh, kidding me. That's close to like hit your head on it and fail territory. I might delete that first one there. Actually, not you, one below you. Don't really even need you then, actually, do I? You just grab that and go there. It was a fun little climb up-y section, but it's not necessary. Have a mood change as well here. And in that trial actually, that's a good point, something I forgot. What am I doing? Possibly one of the hardest ones in the game at the moment, actually. I'll show you in a second. Is in the main game world. That's a nice move actually there as well. Cool. Yeah, everyone says that about Twilight, so I hope it does get speedrun. Be very cool. I mean, I know the perspective did, and I did not expect that. So yeah, let's see if I can get one of the harder ones. This is really tricky. Oh, I feel like I almost had it in one there. Maybe slide from the other side easier. So a few cool, super hard tricks like this that rely on the fact that the spear is just slightly longer than one tile. I need a name. A rare ruby. Needs a name. Text doesn't fit on the screen all the time either. I don't know if I should split it into a 2-line one. Probably should. Make it not show up after you've done a couple of trials, because like you know how to use them at that point. We've just added a trial, so we've added a new gem. Let's pop into I think it's in here, gems total, yep. 20. Manually counting them is definitely not going to be a great long-term strategy, but it's all we've got for now. It was great when the whole game was one room. I can just be like, instance count, oh gem. Or it says number, oh gem, or whatever it was. I was confused which one is every instance, which one's a specific object. Do I create the artwork assets or do I work with someone else to do it? For this particular game, I have an artist called Ink Splat. He's done a very good job. All the stuff so far. I think I've drawn maybe a couple of things. I drew the statue, but based off of his artwork for a different thing. The ghosts. I think I drew this version of the spike. I drew the spear. Just these odd little bits that I can do quickly I've done. All things like the buttons and stuff as well. I did a lot of those. But everything that's like good. Ink Splat did. Those macros, they refer to configs. So you see I'm in config god mode at the moment, which is what, and when I have a different config, like these different macros will turn on. So like I have demo, show, intro, false, but then I overwrite that immediately with Steam demo. If I'm in the Steam demo config, then show intro is true. If god mode is on, then my starting room is devland, and dev mode is on if that's dev mode is on by default, but if on the Steam demo it's turned off, and it's on god mode, and so on. It's very, very useful for when you're like developing your release version and developing like your debug version and things like that. There's rectangles in the room. The blue rectangles are camera zones, designed to like oh well, the blue ones are camera zones. A lot of the other ones are various different triggers and things like that that are like just used to quickly cover an area and do things, or rely on like the player touching them to do something. The source sprite's probably temporary, yeah, but they're alright for now. Not quite the same standard as everything else. The animation's really nice. But yeah, we played around with them for ages. They're quite hard to get right. We had like a white line going through them at first. Oh, maybe they looked better like that, I don't know. You'll see the Steam demo probably around June. Mid-June, early June, mid to early June. Early to mid-June even. I think the festival's something like June 8th or something like that. June 9th. Beach is pretty much solid at the moment though. Quite happy with the beach now. I've got a trial there, trial there, trial there, trial there. I don't actually have that many though in the beach, but that's fine. Fields, I feel like they're getting a bit dense. Like just like one there, one there. Like there's one like every screen. So there's probably gonna be less. Well, I'm gonna commit that new trial because it's good. I feel like there's probably some other stuff. I don't know anything else in here. What else has changed it here? Oh game step 1. Yeah, that's it actually, isn't it? I'll commit that. I think they're a bit too dense at the moment, can't you? I don't say there's necessarily just too many. But they're probably a bit too little distance between them. Probably need to be spread out a bit more. For playing other people's games. I'm not sure what you mean, Joe. My process for level design? I mean, go back an hour or so in the stream, you basically just watched it. I have a vague idea of the thing I want to try, and I just kind of build and see where it goes and what I like and what I find interesting. Sometimes it's like a core idea, or I'm just like, I really want to build something that like focuses on this idea or explores this particular thing. And what's nice of these trials now is I can explore them in isolation and don't really have to worry about how it impacts the whole world flow as much. And if need be, I could swap them around and move them around between places, even though a lot of them are kind of built to kind of fit the area where you do them. So like this one is up the cliffs in the beach and so on. Let me change something about the trials actually. Where does it observe text? It'll just help it fit on the screen a bit easier in places where it's like on the edge. I did a video, I've done a video covering a lot of the important IDE changes, Dean Addison, and I've done some stuff talking about the GML changes a little while ago. It's a little off-centered that, I don't know why. Why would it be off-center like that? On which side? Kind of like it's leaving a space there. You don't have like something weird about the way break characters work, screwing that up. Or is it literally not aligned properly? Looks a bit better. I suppose it's always going to look a bit weird with quotation marks, but I forget something in here breaks and like freezes everything. Something in the dev room like makes it whenever I press escape and pause the game, like it like doesn't unpause properly. I don't know what that's about. I felt like there's some object in there twice or something. Like a game gets in there a second time or something like that. I don't really get it. Is there any creation code to this room? There is, but it doesn't do anything terrible. What a lad, see how that looks actually. That's better. It's better going down like that, I think. Weird about the alignment, but that seems to be okay. Which one is this for at the moment? Oh, right, yeah, this one. Is there any other way you can do this one? A bit restricted, you can do that. Or you can do that. Possibly also skip that one out. It's very tight. Might not be possible. Minimum bounces, right? You can do No, you can't even, yeah, you can't actually super jump all the way to that one. Yeah. Seems a bit more limited. Kind of much more specifically have to do the thing. Yeah, see how the gem's kind of not properly centered. It's because it's at the edge of the room. It's the thing we generally want to. That's why we're avoiding that in future trial design. For now, making do. Eventually, we can just make the room bigger and shift everything along. But for now, that just be how it be. The problem I'm having is like my standards and sort of like style guide for making trials is sort of shifting as I develop more of them, so then it makes me want to go back and change a lot about some of the old ones. Oh, that's weird. Sound effect should still be. It's doing the wrong thing on volume. Hang on. Boom, boom, boom. Shouldn't be, no? Oh, it's not moved across. It's there, but everything's in the wrong group. Move to sound effects. Sound. Just check every config. Okay, good. Hopefully it stays that way. Explain them again. Say you put them in, and when you do that, that macro will only compile for that particular config. Got my back on. The other thing configs can do is delay the, you get your own audio groups per config and so on. They're mostly designed for like launching on different platforms and stuff like that. But the main use I have for them at the moment is doing it like a dev mode and a release-ish mode, you know. Sean probably is a bit quiet. Sean gets further away from his microphone over time because he's bad at streaming. And there's music playing at the same time. I don't want to bring it all the way down because then it both blocks the light a bit and also gets in my face and is in the way of the thing. I could do it like if I move the light to like here, maybe. And catch less on my face. But then I could bring move this down here. And then my face might be darker and there's a big microphone on screen now, but maybe I'll be a bit easier here. I don't know. Oops. Dropped 10% of frames over the last 2 minutes. It's not showing me having any drop frames, that's weird. And also probably a bit quiet when this is playing, it's music super loud. Oh, fucking stupid. I don't know why the dev room's messed up like that. Something specifically about that room causes the menu to crap out. There we go. Code execution order while maintaining the project clean. Nope. I struggle with that a lot myself. Sometimes I end up with loads of things in begin steps and end steps for reasons I don't understand anymore. I don't really have a good method for keeping that particularly clean or organized. Nothing wrong with one step event with a load of code in it. Depending what you mean by that, I guess. From quiet to dark. Well, that's the options you get, right? You either get loud and dark or quiet and bright. That's all you get. I mean, how much I can. It's really quite hard to organize all these lights and everything to consistently do this, and I just wanted to do a quick ass stream. So there we go. Is that maybe a bit better? I need it to come from this way really, rather than because the light's like casting onto me on the side and I'm being shaded by the, especially if I lean forwards. That's super dark. So I need them to like be behind my monitor and like shine down on me or something like that. But then I don't want to look at the lights like in my face all the time. It's tricky. Streaming's work, y'all. Who knew? Who knew? So I'm just gonna be kind of creepy and dark for a bit. Why not? Think of it as dramatic. I'm dramatically lit. That's what it is. Sounded looked fine before I started moving. Yeah, that's typically how it goes. I don't want to start messing with anything because people say something like, "Hey, you be quiet," and then I change everything, and then I look back at the stream later on. I'm like, everything was fine. Why did I change anything? Turn the music down. Okay, I'll turn the music down a bit. It must be too loud for them. Watch the stream back. The music is literally inaudible now. Anyway, what am I doing? What am I doing? You know what you can do if you're having trouble hearing me? Just turn it up. Turn it up. You got speakers, you know, just crank that dial. Can I help you if you have some types of enemies and I want to spawn 3 enemies for type? I have to do a par enemy for every type of enemy. I'm not really sure I understand what you mean. No, if you have a parent enemy and you have 3 types of enemies that are children of that enemy, then you want... Yeah, anti-grab mic, right? Whoa! Then you can spawn those enemies just by spawning those types of enemies. You spawn those objects. You know, I have 1 P entity here, and I don't have to have one for every type. But that's the whole point. I'm not sure what you mean. I probably just don't understand what you mean. Why am I looking at the beach? We don't care on the beach right now. The beach is good. The beach is pretty good. Fields. That one trial actually took quite a lot out of me doing that. Maybe do 1 more today. And I think I will thin the herd a bit on these. There's just too many knocking about right now. Might put them back later, but for now we're going to have a few less. And they're just a bit more about traversing the world and less about like, here's another thing to do, just every few seconds. I wanted to look at this area a little bit as well, just in terms of how it feels to climb. That looks nice. can do this sort of thing here. Make that a little more interesting. I want to do some underneath slopes as well, but they don't work properly at the moment. I'm not sure why, I don't really have time to fix them right now. It's gonna be fun when I do fix them and then I'm like, the rest of the game has all these underhook slopes, but why doesn't the field? Because they didn't work back then. I have to go back and redo bits to make use of them. Yeah, it's fine. There's one thing I think I remember wanting to look at with the Fiale, the beach even. It's coming back this way. You can see that spike, so you naturally drop down this side, I think. It's a bit, yeah, dropping down here is a bit, not the best route to come back through, still. Don't know, maybe if I can do a one-way thing that comes down or something. Something goes through here or something like that, I don't know. It's okay though, it's not the worst in the world. Oh, there was some gems that needed renaming, wasn't there? Entities. Are there any others I haven't named yet? Ah, the gates, yeah. I liked how this was going to be like the most common diamond, and there's probably less of these in the game than there are emeralds. Or are going to be very soon. I don't really know if I should distinguish the trial gems from regular ones or not in that way. It felt right at the time. So it makes them feel like they have a different value to these ones, and these ones, I don't know, intrinsically just feel the most normal looking and therefore intrinsically the least valuable somehow. Even though they're like diamonds, right? Which would be like super high value. Something about the colours, I don't know. Might just be my head and how I'm thinking about them. Whereas actually these are quite high value in a lot of the places they are. Like that, it's like required to control this. Some of them are low value, but most are not. Is there a way up here yet? I might put a thing on the roof of here. Is there a way to get up there? Probably actually, if you speed bounce off there. Yeah, let's go for it. That's the kind of thing we want for this. Remember to add it. Technically there's actually 22, but we don't include the black one. Because it's a bit mental. It's cool because it's out of vision as well. Just, I think anyway. Yeah, I think that, yeah, the very top of that is out of vision. So the same is true for there technically, but it's a bit easy. You'll see it on the way up here, and you'll be like, oh, go get that. It's the same thing again. Don't repeat things like that too often. Just anything that moves up is always just the most interesting to me, I think. Moving sideways is always a bit just sometimes. You know, find ways to make moving sideways more interesting. And usually it's like with the bouncing. The rock bounces is quite cool. I think doing them in a sequence is quite good. I think there's a room for a lot of interesting stuff here when we get to expanding this area, but for now I have to kind of just end it there. Yeah, let's not mess around with the fields design too much more. It's what, 5 o'clock now? Maybe cook up one more trial. Duplicate. Where should we look at? Don't worry about it, Cat Cube. Oh, don't worry about the black gem. It's not possible to get with regular play. It's possible to get by doing something very, very hard. And doesn't count towards progression. and won't be in that same position anyway when, like, that whole bit of level design will get removed later on as temporary. Everyone keeps asking the blue overlays, the camera zones. I can need an FAQ for them. I feel like the trial in the house should get one. That's a nice little landmark. That should be a thing, that should be a thing. We could replace this with a diamond for now. It's a bit easy to just come down. Oh, there's a diamond, you just gotta grab it. Yeah, it's not that interesting. Demo trial for there. So one of these two I want to do next. I think it's a cool idea, but I don't know if it'll work. I wanna like, how long can you bounce for type thing? How big, where is it in the dev line? How big was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not that big. Trying to think how I would set it up. Some sort of like counter. Or like lights that turn on. Yeah, that might work actually. I would come up with one that needs unique code for the last one I do at 5 o'clock. Spikes won't be good enough because you can hit 3 spikes. It's gonna have to be the lane death blocks. What did resonant do? How did I make that work? Trigger general collision tiles, resonant entity. Resonate entities on tile. Oh cool, I've kind of already written a thing for this. That's good. Invisible resonator. Your new marker. We'll go with green, start being the things players trigger by doing a thing. That can be a consistent theme or something, I don't know. We need some consistency somewhere. Oh, I've done this in the layers as well, that's nice. Finally, something consistent. Yeah, that'll do. So what I'm going to basically try and do here is make a thing so when you hit the wall it triggers another object. And I have a thing where so you kind of just have to stay like keepy uppy for a little bit. Parent RP entity. All definitions. Enable group. Well, we'll set that in the room. Enable time. Blah, 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 blah. These are good defaults. Entity resonant by default true. Now we want to say that it turns its group on, I think, by default, and entity enables group, because how does that otherwise work? Well... Oh, entity trigger script. Huh. Entity trigger args. That's like... That's actually a good thing, instead of my stupid system. My stupid other enable system. That's way better. But the trigger script is just going to be, because it works, it's simple. Entity enable group, right? Oh, how am I going to enable them in lights in a sequence? I think I can do it. Entity enable group. Where are you? There. Argument 0 is just the group here.
put, yeah. It's cool because I don't even have to match them. Then I think we go into this room we've just made. What are entities? Or triggers even, really. Easier on entities. Actually, most of these are easier to put on entities even though they are triggers. Triggers basically just for cam zones. No, hard to see them because they're going to be in the wall. Okay, fine, triggers. 16, 16. I can put a bunch of them, but I don't need to. I think we can just do that. By how it works. Just do one and I'll copy and paste when its settings are good. Variables, enable. Args are gonna be enable group 5. So I feel like trial end does something relevant. Does trial end have a group? Yeah, 1. Let's not touch 1. Just do any random other number though, because it's just this one trial. Then we want like a light. Which we're going to base off our buttons. There is control support in it already. It doesn't handle the menus and things like that at the moment, but you can play with the controller. They're pretty big. Like the big rooms are like 10k by 10k. The trial rooms aren't exactly super small though either. I don't know, they're about 3200, 1800 on average, or will be. Some of these smaller ones are like 1080p. Right. I feel like that did not do what I wanted. I want the canvas to be bigger. Oh, well, yeah. No, I was doing exactly what I wanted. Well, it's not actually true black. It's very close to it. Who knew? Not me. This is all probably a bit tempered as well. It's allowed to be temp. Child outside, very excited by something. Pillow shade. Okay, it looks a bit too little to begin with, but at least it stands out. No, yeah, that's pretty good actually. Bing, bing. Nice. Press Control S to get the masks to update, so weird. Mr. Pixel? No, I think it looks alright like that. I mean, you might think maybe does it need ceiling in this corner, do you reckon? The whole thing look better like. Oh my, oh this one. Why does that look worse somehow? Weirdly looks better without it. I don't know. Maybe just my eyes. Maybe I'm thinking like it needs to be like. I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's hard to get exactly right. Yeah, complete light coming from where would like pillow it out. So I think it does make sense for it to go from that to that. Actually. That's fine. Yeah, right. fair enough, Cat Cube. Whatever, I'm happy enough with that. That's fine. It's not. I shouldn't have kept messing with it. The kind of thing being worked on is a thing. It's this trial room, making a little mechanic specifically for it that will hopefully get kind of reused. Yeah, you'll see. Sorry, just trying to keep my head in the right place. How to lose it? No, okay, we know what we're still doing. Yes, making lights, we need a new entity. What entity should it be in? It'll be in like buttons, machines, and stuff, right? Do we mean buttons though, or do we want it to be in? Did I not have like a machines folder? No, it's like legacy for cannons and that, isn't it? Hooks. Put it in buttons. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. Oh. Bulb. Light bulb. Parent P entity inherit image speed equals 0, image index equals 0, which I know you generally don't have to write, but I always write to be safe. Thank you, Gorkowski, for the $2 US. Very much appreciated. Greetings and thank you for the tutorials. Thank you for the $2 and for stopping by. Glad I could be of help. I do lurk in the darkness right now. Just the camera isn't right. If I lift this up again, bring this down here. Which side of my face is it? It's this. Okay. Maybe this light needs to. Over here. I'm dramatically lit. That's what it is. I'm dramatically lit. I'm too dark. I suppose it's a reminder to lean back. I keep leaning forward so much with my current setup. I need to bring my keyboard further out. And just be okay with seeing things from a bit further away. Now I can turn this back this way. Yeah. Good. It's a little. It's not too in the way of the light. Good. Back to hover mic. Light bulb. How does this, I'm pretty sure the sequencer won't help with this, but what does it do? Yes, that's entity delay. If I could get it to set a specific variable rather than just that, that might be a... Just gonna leave them for doing what they already do though. Instead we'll just add a thing to this. Image index equals enabled. If enabled. sequence position does not equal -1. Sequence position equals 0. Greater than 0. Minus minus. Enabled. It's false. Else. Yeah, you're fine. Be switched on. Hmm. So if your sequence position is 0, execute the script, and then it's going to become because it's going to become -1 anyway. Script execute. All right, if entity script. Can you hear that screaming child? Yeah, I know it has until AC. And that's I don't really know how to fix it. It's not a webcam, it's a DSLR. I don't really know what to do about it. Not for streaming anyway. If this were not real-time footage, I would know what to do. But it is. Sequences are the simplified version of what are sequences is they are sequences. I'd like to compare them to timelines, but they don't really do. They do a lot of things that timelines do not do. So but the word timelines conceptually is a good way of thinking about them, I suppose. It's kind of like having Adobe After Effects in Game Maker. You put things in a sequence, make them happen in a certain time with one another. Very good for like at the moment, like when I run the demo, it comes up with this black screen and draws some text and shows like a little image of the characters, and they split apart, and then they split apart again to show the controls underneath them, and it's just a cute little animation. But to do that with code was a huge pain because I had to hard code all of it, right? I just had to write loads of little counters and like pseudo alarms and that kind of thing, or I could have built it with alarms. To make everything happen in the correct order with sequences that would be way easier and not horribly hard-coded. But there's all kinds of things, like doing it's very handy for doing little animations and things. And tweens and things like that where you need them to happen, like a bunch of them in sequence, if you will, without having to write a bunch of messed up code. If I ever have time or a reason to, Jackbo. But short on either of those things at the moment. the trigger script. Well, by default it should be -1. Okay, so I think this should basically work for most of what I'm planning here. Back to the trial I was working on. No, I need a way to reset them. But we should see if this at least works for what I have in mind. Like this is what I made the sequencer for with the spikes, so there would have been a cool thing to use here, but it's not really necessary because I shouldn't ever really have many that are this long. That one was 4, right? Yeah. Under here for now. And triggers, get a cam zone focus on like here. Tears, drag these up a bit. Don't know if you're gonna die off the bottom of the screen there, but we can possibly just make this bigger if needs be. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Then I needed a set. That's what I was going to copy and paste them for. just set their enable group 5. So now I've got to do it for all of them. There's no point in me copying and pasting them now because I just have to do it again. Oh, make sure I'm doing not enables group, but enabled group. I've done that right. Yes. 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 Seems like an easy mistake I could have made. Okay. This is called Airfield Trial Keep Up. Let's go to the fields. Set it to be this one in the house, I think makes the most sense. Fields trial keep up, capital K, copy, and trial return spawn will be a spawn trial keep up. And you just need to put one in for that. Where are you? Spawn in with the player, right? Yeah. Play position. Cool beans. But we can also just go to God mode and go to Devland, put it in this one so it's quick to try it out. Pretty generic pause I've got built in. I don't know what other type there is really. Just hang on, let's see what on earth happens at the moment. Give me an insight on some of the little bits I'm forgetting about. I feel like there's probably some variables I haven't sorted out now. Oh no, okay. Okay, it's activating and reactivating them, of course it is. It's quite funny to look at. Okay, they need to like lock forever then. That's fine because sometimes we might want them to do that. So let's go to this, which annoyingly means I've got to change all of these again. I think, actually, just to literally just save myself some time, we're going to do it on the object. Because I can still toggle it if I do it on the object, but I can toggle it for the next thing instead. Locks after triggering, true by default. Doesn't need to have memory though. Okay, that's weird. Oh, I see. That's okay. What we can do there is in here. Very, very rare example of undoing locked forever. I think it works in this instance. Hey Alub, thanks for the £2. Yes, we are back to PokeyPoke development. Just briefly. Getting the ARPG going again soon. That's what we wanted. I want them to then do ambience and get some actual lights coming off them as well. That will be quite cool. Quite fun just seeing how long you can keep that going for. Honestly, the amount of there is super easy. I want like a hard mode of this that's just like 40 or something. Can't you get back up after that? I suppose not. Keep hitting your head. Ah, yeah, just about. It's quite tricky, but you can get back up. Yeah, I need to get them to turn off when I die. That's the tricky thing. Flag. I suppose it's the easiest way of doing this. By default false. If reset on death. Can I set the enable sound? Well, actually play the way I want it to. Well, I know what the noise is for buttons again. Sound button press. See what happens. Nothing isn't working. I'm just working out the next bit of doing it. It's quite cool because then that noise happens as well. Probably want a different noise for it, but nice to know that I can just turn a noise on for that. Don't know, it's probably playing like 8 times though, isn't it? Actually, it did sound a little funny. Either I've set it to none for now. Because they all get enabled and then turn themselves back off again, this kind of thing. They might have to have their own audio playing thing built in, similar to some other things do. So we'll turn the sound off, that's okay. Let's put a mood change in here. This one. And then nodes and triggers, go to this, copy. So what else creates the light and how do they work? Can't remember how lights work. They're a bit scary. Like that. And then clean up, we do that. Okay, we can just basically copy that. Just want the point light. How does intensity work? 1.5. Sure. Point lights. Oh, right, okay. Step is that. And in percent. Alright. Just in case there's ever more than one frame to it. Doubt there will be for these, but still. And then we just basically need to copy this. So it looks after itself. I've done basic inventory stuff before. This is quite complicated, and to spend a lot of time on that it would have to be a system I actually wanted for something I was building myself. Or it's got to be like my patrons who really want it. You know, because for me to make tutorials and things, I have to go out, work out how to build them, and then bring it to you guys in a like presentable fashion. So in that time, a lot of you, what you could be doing is just developing your own skills and learning to make the thing your damn self. And asking me to make every type of tutorial under the sun. Why is this not working? Not shut before a minute. Oh, because this is the point light, right? Might be. How come the engine didn't even kick in there? It's still not. I'm sure that was a... Yeah, what the hell? What? It's not already in here, doing something different. Triggers, there's one there. Controllers, none there. Why you do? Ambient cave. Yeah, the music changed. When did the ambience change? Where my ambience? Is the lighting engine not on yet properly or something? Go to the proper entrance for it. It seems like it should just work. It's this one, right? Oh, it's the lighting. Hang on. The lighting layer might not be in it, or it might be in the wrong place. Yep. Silly. It's better. There we go. Probably a bit too big and intense. Let's see if we can get it to show a little light off the bat. No, it's a bit too subtle probably. I'll do. Yeah, they don't have to reset once you've got them all. But why don't they actually? That's weird. Oh no. Oh, I think I just assumed that code was fine and it would just work, but it just hasn't been from the get-go. Alright. I was like, yeah, well, what could possibly go wrong with this? If reset on death. Is that not true by default? It's probably not true by default, is it? True by default. Lazy boy. It probably is how I want it to be anyway. It's the main reason I could see using these. we go. Oh, that's weird though. And that just comes... yeah. We need to remember its initial sequence, I think, don't we? Okay. Yeah, I can work out something else later if I need them to like stay on after you die once you've locked them all, but I don't mind them just coming off there. Effects, entity, spawn, gem. Type equals argument 0. Arg type gem type x arg y arg name Is that all you really have to define about a gem? I think it is, right? How do I make sure it's not there in a way that works? I think that works, right? It's this position. maybe that just kind of works. I might be able to make the key and then find if that key exists as a better way. Missing a bracket somewhere, I think, am I? Yep. Standard. It's 6 o'clock, I need to get off here soon. This is going to be the quick one I did, and I made it really complicated, because of course I do every single time. And then what we want, basically, is for that last one. To have a trigger script, spawn gem. Oh, so many arguments though. I need the array thing. Oh, gem emerald. Is that what it's called? Yeah. Oh, gem emerald. X, Y. Do that as an array, and then what we can do is bring in that array script that we have in the ARPG. Not existing. Local projects, tutorial projects, action RPG, action RPG, state rework scripts. Was it not in that one yet? Might be in script execute array, that's what we want. When else does that happen throughout the game? I'm curious. That's a new method I have for doing things. I didn't think I'd used it in PokeyPoke. And light bulb, just in resonate entities, right? Cool, that's a nice little chain we can set up there. Cool. I think that should work then. Let's get the position right so we don't have to do that again. See you, Cat Cube. You probably said that ages ago. Sorry. Microphone looks like a nuke. Yeah, it's just dropping in. It's frozen in time. Oh, I can tell I'm leaning forward again though, because it gets dark. The shadow it casts on my face. It's that big. Hi, Ali. Keep your in the all these windows, man. Yeah, that's the last one. Variables x, y. Kind of want it wherever this is plus 32, right? What is that? No, 198 328. And the x would be whatever it is, 1600. See if that works and doesn't spawn a million of them or something stupid. Or isn't broken in some other unpredictable way. Okay, it spawned it, but it spawned it on itself for some reason. Did it not save those coordinates I just put in? Or I think I might know what's happened, but let's just check that first. Those are right. I think what happened is we passed those arguments and it just ignored them or something. Yeah. Interestingly, it's going to make it somewhere where you just automatically fly into, I think. Right? You're waiting for me to say, so, oh damn, sorry. See you, cat cube. Do apologize. Sweet. That's pretty cool. Oh man. I was joking about how easy this was before. I can't even do it. Cool, and it properly puts itself to the retriable one, that's good. Keeps its memory. That's all, that's the kind of stuff I was worried might not work properly, but it seems like it's good. Cool, we're going to leave it there, guys. I think that's a nice one to finish, and that's in the game world as well now, even though we were trying it from the God Mode room. That sits right here in the game. I forgot about this gem as well, actually. Oh, we do need to, though. We just added a new gem, so what we need to do is go to macro. I'm definitely going to forget this eventually and get closer to forgetting it every time. Gems total 22. I should include it in my commits, shouldn't I? What's it doing? Committing. I like this Windows terminal because I can zoom in as well, which is good for streaming. See me like full hacker vision, even though my like face is in the way of it for the most part. Put it over here. Stupid webcam. Stupid microphone, even. I'll be bright for at least a second. No, there is no hope. Anyway. Yeah, git commit. Look at all these changes, man. What? Oh, I was wondering what all the sound changes were. They've just gone into God mode config. Audio config fixed. Various things. Gem count 22 as of this commit. New light bulb entity triggered to be triggered by various things. I don't know what else I used the resist. Oh, I think it's for the gem rocks, right? So like I can hit a fake surface underneath them, or the crumble blocks or something like that. I hit like a fake surface beneath them and then it causes that. Oh, my green screen's not even working properly now. That's how badly the light is doing here. Focus all light power on the wall. It's all falling apart as the day goes on and the lights change. Let's go to this briefly or something. In fact, we can turn off and this, and then that's bright enough. We're only going to be here for a second anyway. Gem count 22, audio group config fix, new billboards and air into blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's basically everything, isn't it? Me. Cool. Get push. And we're done. Alright guys, thank you very much for stopping by and watching. This was quite fun to hang out and do some dev on the stream. We'll be getting back now to I'd like to do more of these like live streams working on the game, like it maybe every Friday. We'll see how that pans out. I don't know, but first priority is going to be getting back to the action RPG and getting those videos coming to you. So sorry there isn't one this week. I just had to do some PokeyPoke stuff in order to meet a deadline for Steam demo thing, which I've now done, and added a bit more to via this. Thanks guys, hey Pixelated Pope, thanks for watching, thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you all whenever I see you all, maybe next Friday, who knows, we'll see. Bye bye! And stream.